Good morning. Welcome to the Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting for Tuesday, April 15th, Tax Day. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roderick Miles Jr., Commissioner Precinct 1. Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2. Here. Matt Krause, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. Our invocation today will be led by Dr. Jay Caprietta, the lead pastor of Essential Church in Watauga. Please rise for the invocation and the pledges.
Good morning, Judge Tim O'Hare and all of the commissioners and everyone here in the room. Let's pray. Father, we thank you, Lord, for every elected official, staff member, and public servant here today. And we honor their time, their work, and their commitment to serve the people of Tarrant County. Grant divine wisdom to every commissioner and decision maker present, and let every agenda, item, policy, and vote be guided by what is just, what is right, and what brings peace and prosperity to this region. Let there be unity amongst the leadership body, and though they may come from different backgrounds or perspectives, may mutual respect and common purpose prevail. We ask that righteousness would be the foundation of every ordinance passed, and let justice roll down like waters and integrity be the standard for governance. We pray for safety and well-being of all citizens of Tarrant County, all residents, and protect our schools, law enforcement, neighborhoods, and public institutions, and may peace dwell within our borders. Father, we ask that you will bless the families of those serving today. May the decisions made here leave a legacy of strength, compassion, and opportunity for the next generation. And above all, we acknowledge that every authority is ultimately under your authority. And oh God, let every heart be humble to seek your guidance, and may your presence guide this meeting from beginning to end. And Father, I pray for every person in this room that you will touch their hearts, their soul, their mind, and their physical body, and bring healing and breakthrough and deliverance to their lives. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. It's raining. Seat. Get wet right there. Back in the seat.
Shh. Good morning, court members. Just a couple of announcements here really quick. We have one item that we are going to be holding until after closed session. That's under reports and business. Item D as in dog 2. We have two items.
Is that on consent?
It was on consent, yes, sir. We have two items that we're not asking the court for action on today. Those are also under reports and business. Those are items N1 under transportation.
Consent or not?
That was not consent.
Okay.
And then also not on consent, item O2A. And then we have several items, court members, which we're going to be pulling from the consent agenda today. All of these are under reports and business. Item 1 is B4 under the auditor section. Item C1 under budget and risk management. Items F1 and F2 under elections. Items G1 and G2 under facilities management. And finally, court members, item I2 under human resources.
Let me just recap this.
Yes, sir.
D2, which is on consent, is held until after close, so that will not be part of the voted on consent agenda. N1 and O2A pulled all together.
Correct.
B4, C1, F2, G1, G2, and I2 are off consent.
Also, F1 is off consent as well.
Okay. I think I got that.
That's all I have,
All
sir.
right, thanks, sir.
Thank you all.
All right, do we have any Commissioners' Court announcements?
Yes. First, I wanted to thank everyone who supported my egg giveaway. I did free eggs to the community for 2 Saturdays throughout the county. And it was an eye-opening experience. I'll say it was successful, but, in a variety of ways. It was disheartening and sad to see so many people in need. I, along with staff and volunteers, I handed eggs into people's cars. And to see so many that live in their cars, that are hungry for food, it was truly a good reminder of why I decided to serve. So, but it was successful. Both Saturdays we were to open from 8 a.m. to 10. Cars were lined up anywhere from 4:30 to 5 a.m. In both places. So I would like to thank Brookshires. That's who supplied the eggs for us. We did not spend 1 penny of county money getting the eggs. They shipped them here, and the Tarrant Area Food Bank was kind enough to store them for us because we don't have a refrigerated section in our courthouses. And then there were 4 locations that welcomed us out there, and I thought I had them. The Southeast Community Health Center, Northside Community Health Center, Cornerstone Baptist Church in Arlington, and Grace in Grapevine. So I'm appreciative to them for the locations and the volunteers. Also, on April 24th at 5:30, I will be having a town hall, the April town hall, and it's the Tarrant Area Appraisal District will be there to talk about all things appraisal district. So feel free to stop by. Chandler Crouch will also be there to help those who want to learn about challenging their appraisal. So those are 2 announcements. And my final announcement, on April 21st of last year, Anthony Johnson died in our jail. It's been a year. And so I want to commemorate that. We've seen his family, so we know that this Marine veteran who served this country had a family he loved and a family that loved him. His family is still seeking justice in his death a year later. And so I don't ever want us to forget that. These families need us as elected leaders, as county employees, to have compassionate and be concerned about solutions to issues that confront us. In memory of Anthony Johnson and the 71 or 72 others and their families, I'm asking that you join me for a moment of silence for 73 seconds to acknowledge those families so that they know we see them and we're praying for them and they're not forgotten. So if you'll join me for a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, any other announcements?
Yeah, Judge, I have one. It's an important day at the Krause house. Our oldest son is turning 18 today. And so, Jeremiah, I just want to say how much I love you and how proud we are of you. And as you enter adulthood, keep making good decisions. So excited for that. Also, April 20th, this Sunday, is Easter. I hope all of you are able to celebrate properly. For many of us, and hopefully for many of you, it's the most important day that's ever happened in human civilization when the Savior rose from the dead. So hope you have a great Easter. And then the next day is San Jacinto Day, as Mike Garcia, our Chief of Staff, was pointing out. And so it's always good to remember the sacrifices of those early Texians and others that came here from all over the country to sacrifice their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to give us freedom. And so on San Jacinto Day, I hope you take a little bit of time to thank God you're in Texas and that you are a Texan, and just appreciate those who have gone before us who made that day possible.
Okay. All right, I have, I have two. A quick one. Commissioner Miles is obviously not here. He's sick, so please remember him in your prayers. He had a pretty high fever yesterday. And good news for our budget department. The Government Finance Officers Association has given our budget department the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. So great job, Helen and team. Let's give them a big round of applause for their efforts. It comes with a lovely plaque, so we look forward to seeing that lovely plaque. And with that, we'll move to our proclamations and resolutions and presentation section. The first proclamation is to recognize this month as Child Abuse Prevention Month. We have several folks here to commemorate this. Charlie Boulware from the Tarrant County DA's office, Kevin Turner from the Sheriff's office, Don Beneker from CASA, Daniel Lester from the Texas Department of Family Protective Services, Natalie Witherspoon, also from the Texas Department of Family Protective Services, Alyssa Carey from Alliance for Children, and Julie Evans for Alliance for Children. And then we have some DFPS board attendees: Amy Swift, Melanie Dottie Munoz, Charles Brady, Deborah Wakeland, Katasha Varner, Ray Berry, Allison Sibby, and Stacy Jourdain. I'll ask y'all to come up here, all of those who are present, after we read this and take a vote. This says, this proclamation: children are a treasured blessing, cherished in the eyes of God, and deserving of love, protection, and a safe environment to thrive. Children are our most valuable resource and will shape the future of Texas and the United States. 4,719 children were confirmed as victims of child abuse in Tarrant County in 2024. Every child deserves the opportunity to flourish, learn, and develop their full potential in a secure and nurturing environment. By fostering strong partnerships among families, child welfare professionals, faith-based organizations, businesses, and law enforcement agencies, we can create a community where children are safe and nurtured. Alliance for Children, the Children's Advocacy Center serving Tarrant County, provided trauma-informed investigative and healing services to 3,025 children in 2024. We acknowledge we must work together as a community to increase awareness about child abuse and promote the social and emotional well-being of children and families in safe, stable, and nurturing environments. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Tarrant County, and we urge all citizens of Tarrant County to create a positive, healthy environment to bring about a brighter future for our children and to be aware of the signs of child abuse and act to protect the children of Tarrant County. So I will make a motion to approve that proclamation.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion on this item? Okay, we're all in. All right, passes unanimously 4-0. Now, if I could have all of you come up so we can take a picture and let one of you take the microphone.
Oh, yeah. Hey, 9 years are long on there.
Yeah.
Deborah.
You doing great to see you again. How's everything going? The whole board. Thank you. I appreciate
Hello, everybody.
What's up, little man? How are you? Hey.
Here it is.
One, two, three. We want to flash. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. One more right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see you.
Who's going to say something to you? Is anybody?
They all sneak away and give me the honor of sharing a few moments with you. So thank you, Judge O'Hare, Commissioners, thank you so much for standing with us, not just in April, but every day. You know, you've got representatives here from investigations in Child Protective Services, in their board. We've got law enforcement, of course, prosecution, as well as those that are really involved when kids are entering foster care between CASA and ACH. This community is so blessed to have the resources and response that we have to children that have been a victim of a crime. And while we wish all of our services were no longer needed, we are grateful that you believe in each of us, that you believe in our kids, that you believe that they can heal from trauma, and we see that happen every day in all of our services. And while we long for the day that our work is done, until then, know that our teams are ready for every child that needs us. This year, I'd love to share with you one new stat that came across my desk this year, and I think it's just such a, when you do child protection, it really, I often say it's a team sport, and that's so true. There's so many different entities that have to come around children, but one of them that I looked at with fresh eyes this year is that last year alone, this collective team secured over 3,900 years in prison for children that had committed offenses against children, and in addition to that, 13 life sentences. And so know that your district attorney's office, Charlie and his team that are here today, they believe passionately for our kids. They're a phenomenal partner to our team, but really they would equally say it takes all of us to put those cases together and really fight to seek justice on behalf of children. So thank you for your support. Thank you for this time. We are grateful.
Thank you, Julie. I just want to say thank you for your work. I think Alliance for Children is the premier CAC in Texas, if not the country, and we're honored in Precinct 3 to share property with you. And we want to stand hand in hand with y'all on everything you do, but thank you for the work. I know it's not easy. I know your staff and your team, they work long hours, hard hours, but y'all do an amazing job, so thank you for what you do.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, next we have a proclamation for Community Health Worker Day, and this one was Commissioner Miles, but Commissioner Simmons will handle in his absence.
Yes. So, attending in person, I am told to accept the Community Health Worker Day proclamation are Dr. Teresa Wagner, College of Public Health Associate Professor and Director of the Community Health Worker Training Center at UNT Health Science Center. Annabelle Luna Smith, she is Community Liaison and Community Health Worker Instructor at UNT Health Science Center. Frances, I cannot pronounce your last name. I'm not going to attempt. She is the Associate Director for Community Partnerships and Community Health Worker Instructor at the American Cancer Society. And also from Cook Children's Health Plan, we have Lisa Padilla, Blanca Rodriguez, Jennifer Infante, Caroline Sepulveda. So I'll read the proclamation put together by Commissioner Miles. Community Health Worker Day. Whereas Texas was the first state to formally recognize community health workers as members of the public health workforce through the passing of House Bill 1864, and is one of the few states that offers a statewide CHW certification. And whereas Community Health Worker Day, April 26, 2025, is observed by the Dallas-Fort Worth Community Health Worker Association and others in Tarrant County as a joint effort with the state of Texas, which is declared April 4th as Texas Community Health Worker Day. And whereas the DFW Community Health Worker Association's mission is to strengthen the community health workforce through professional development, education, networking, and community outreach. And whereas community health workers are nationally recognized as essential frontline public health workers by government agencies and are an essential part of the Tarrant County workforce. And whereas the more than 6,000 Texas community health workers and community health worker instructors play a key role in improving the health of the community, advancing health equity, increasing access to care, and reducing health disparities through strategies such as community outreach and health education. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim April 26, 2025, as Community Health Worker Day in Tarrant County, and further appreciates and commends every community health worker for their outstanding and dedicated service to provide a better quality of life to those in need. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 15th day of April 2025. I move approval.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Okay, if those folks would come on down to the front.
Oh, yeah. Here's what I run that. First state title. It goes past District 6A. Now, then we're at 36 and 10. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Miles, I didn't get her today. I told you, y'all come sit next to me.
Okay, who am I giving?
Yeah. Thank you.
Are y'all watching this?
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Sure.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of community health workers across Tarrant County and the DFW Community Health Worker Association, I want to sincerely thank you for this meaningful proclamation recognizing April 26th as Community Health Worker Day. This honor means so much for those of us who serve on the front lines of health and wellness in our neighborhoods. From Fort Worth to Arlington, Mansfield, and beyond, CHWs are deeply rooted in the communities we serve. We are your neighbors, your advocates, and the bridge to care, helping our communities navigate healthcare, access to resources, and lead healthier lives. CHWs are proud to walk alongside individuals and families, providing culturally competent support, health education, and access to critical services. In a region as vibrant and diverse as Tarrant County, our work is more important than ever, and your recognition today reinforces that. Thank you for honoring our work and for valuing the impact we make every day in Tarrant County. This proclamation is not only a celebration, it's a commitment to continue working together for a healthier, stronger community. Thank you for acknowledging the value we bring to our communities and for uplifting the work that often happens quietly but has a lasting impact. We're grateful for your support and inspired by this proclamation. Thank you for standing with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next proclamation is for National Every Kid Healthy Week. Commissioner Ramirez.
Yeah, we've got a theme today of taking care of our kiddos, and I really like it. So I'm honored to present this proclamation today. And receiving this proclamation will be Krista DiStefano, Tarrant County Extension Agent for Family and Community Health, and Emily Epperson and Mandy Ebney from Cook Children's Hospital. Whereas it is very important to keep your family members and students healthy during this time, which includes all health, and whereas healthy kids are better prepared to learn and to thrive, and whereas there is a need for continuing education and a wide-scale effort to enhance healthy practices, and whereas Texas A&M AgriLife Extension and Cook Children's Center for Community Health, through their unique partnership and prevention-based approaches to serving children, are effectively addressing the healthy lifestyle needs of children, youth, and families in our community. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court, do hereby proclaim April 21st through 25th, 2025 as Every Kid Healthy Week in Tarrant County, and encourage all citizens to join the campaign and encourage families to continue this week with scheduled activities to complete and have fun while staying healthy. In witness thereof, we hereunto set our hand and cause the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 15th day of April, 2025, and I would move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
Now, Krista, Emily, and Mandy.
Yeah. Looks like it. That's his.
Might be.
He's been here.
He's dressed like that. Maybe. Maybe it just looks like it.
Yes, county shirt.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a county. Good morning.
Hi, hey. Look, girl. Look.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Thank you for having us this morning. Every Kid Healthy Week is an annual observance created in 2013 to celebrate school health and wellness achievements. Recognized on the calendar of National Health Observances and observed the last full week of April each year, this year, April 21st through the 25th, each day of the week shines a spotlight on the great actions schools and families are taking to improve the health and wellness of their kids and the link between nutrition, physical activity, mental health, and learning. Because healthy kids are better prepared to learn and thrive. We are encouraging families to continue this week with scheduled activities to complete and have fun while staying healthy and staying at home, but also provide schools with activities to do with their students safely. Cook Children's promise is to improve the health of every child in our communities, and promoting a healthy lifestyle for children and families is part of that. Since 2009, Cook Children's Center for Community Health routinely conducts a community health needs assessment every 3 years. Over those years, healthy lifestyles has been identified as a need to focus on to improve children's health. That is why Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Family, Cook Children's Center for Community Health, and community health educators from Tarrant County wish to remind everyone that it is so very important to keep your family members and students healthy during this time, which includes all health. Here are the activities planned for Every Kid Healthy Week. Mindfulness Monday. We are encouraging to get your kids and students practicing social emotional health and mindfulness skills to build resilience. Tasty Tuesday, to build lifelong healthy eating habits by exposing kids to new foods, healthy cooking, and growing their own produce. Wellness Wednesday, get moving. Physical activity fuels not only the body, but the mind too. Thoughtful Thursday, create a school or home culture that celebrates diversity and works progressively towards creating a more equitable learning opportunity. And Family Friday, bringing families and schools together to support child health at school and at home. Thank you again for having us today and honoring this week.
Thank you. Great job.
All right, next we have a proclamation to honor some state champions. The Boswell High School girls basketball team, Commissioner Ramirez.
Now this one I'm very, very excited to present. As a proud pioneer myself, I won't tell you what year, but we were still just 4A when I was there. You girls have worked incredibly hard and made us all very, very proud. So it's a great, great day today to present this proclamation. Whereas on March 1st, 2025, the W.E. Boswell High School girls basketball team, through hard work and perseverance with a season record of 39 wins and only 2 losses, became the Class 6A Division II state champions for the first time in program history. And whereas these 9 outstanding young women, Kalia Hyman, Camille Williams, Cadence Daniels, Celeste Massey, Anaya Jones, Sydney Dura, Haley Jackson, Samaya Andrews, and Selena Carrasco represented themselves, their families, their school, and Tarrant County with honor, dignity, and unwavering commitment to succeed. And whereas this team played all season with a ferocity to win, staying true to this year's motto, kick the door down. And whereas in District 3, 6A, 3 individuals on this team were named to the district first team, Selena Carrasco, Sydney Dura, Celeste Massey. 1 to the second team, Kalia Hyman. Defensive Player of the Year went to Haley Jackson, and District MVP went to Camille Williams. Named to the academic all-district team were Selena Carrasco, Sydney Dura, Haley Jackson, Celeste Massey, Destiny O'Connor, and Camille Williams. And whereas Haley Jackson and Camille Williams were named to both the all-region and all-state teams, and Celeste Massey was named as the state game MVP. And whereas head coach John Reese and assistant coach Ginger Williams and their staff have supported and encouraged this team all season to avoid settling for less than their goal and for them to write their own legacy. Lessons that they will carry with them throughout life. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby issue this proclamation to the W.E. Boswell High School girls basketball team and their coaching staff in recognition of their extraordinary achievements, and we extend our congratulations. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the great seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 15th day of April 2025. I would move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Congratulations again, girls. Coach Reese is here to say a few words. I gave him a little bit of trouble. I noticed that there's only 3 seniors on this team, so I said, you know what? Why not just stick around and run it back? But he said they're going to. They're going to. Go ahead, Coach.
Good morning, Judge. Morning, Commissioners. First of all, let me say the glory be to God. For without Him, we wouldn't be here. But we want to thank you all for this proclamation. It's such an honor, and we're just blessed to have. Just a sensational group of young ladies. We're so blessed to be able to coach this year. And we're just so blessed to be able to bring this such an honor back to Tarrant County, the championship. These young ladies worked so hard to be able to do this. Last year we got so close. We were missing 2 young ladies, and I thought it was just bringing those 2 young ladies back into the fold. One was injured, one was denied by the UIL. And we knew once we got those 2 young ladies back in the fold that this group was going to be truly special. And Commissioner Ramirez was just talking to me about the fact that those 2 losses stung. We thought we had a chance to go undefeated this season, but we knew after our very last loss at Christmas, we ran the table after that. But we just had a special group, and we prayed about it every night. We thought once the playoffs started, we had to get 6 wins, and these young ladies stuck together. We talked about family all season long, and they knew what it took to get it done. And we were on a mission from our last loss last season. So these young ladies held fast, and they knew they could write their own legacy, and they had the pen to do this, and that's exactly what they did. They stuck together, talked about family. And I'm just really proud of this group. And so they do have a chance to run it back next season. I look forward to them doing it.
Awesome.
So, thank you all.
And Coach, one thing I do want to say, I noticed there was a lot of on-the-court accomplishments, but several of your girls were academic all-district as well. So congratulations for working hard on and off the court. I know the WNBA draft was last night, so maybe in a couple years we'll be seeing one of y'all's names called. So congrats on a great season, and look forward to watching your careers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we come to the consent agenda as amended. Do we have a lot of items taken off of there? Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously, which then brings us to a public hearing. And it is a public hearing to consider amendment number 1 to the program year 2024 action plan and community development. I don't have anyone signed up to speak to this item. I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this item? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, the public hearing is now closed. Now brings us to item 10A1, which is to consider out-of-state travel requests. So I believe the first two things on this were the ones where the previous hotels were like 2.5 times the GSA rate. Is there any update on that?
Yes, we put that in the narrative. I did anyway. I could stay at a hotel further distance away. A decent hotel further distance away. It's still not within the GSA rate. But the cost to Uber back and forth or to rent a car would offset any savings. Or I could stay at a hotel that is a lot cheaper, and I'm not prepared to deal with PPPs, pimps, prostitutes, and pushers, so I prefer to stay in the conference hotel. If I go 30 minutes off-site, then I'm going to have to take Ubers back and forth. So.
Okay. There's a lot of these things on here. Okay, all right, I'll make a motion to approve the out-of-state travel requests.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Now, I believe this brings us to a laundry list of items from consent. The first one is B4, which is receive and file the auditor's report for the Tarrant County Sheriff's Commissary operations for fiscal year 2024. Did you pull this?
I did.
Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks. It looks good. I just had questions when I first got on board. The first auditor's report for the commissary was chock full of observations and recommendations. Those are not addressed in this report, so I'm thinking they are 100% cured.
They are resolved. Last year, the majority had been resolved when we issued our report in the spring of last year. And we had one outstanding item, and that was reviewing the security matrix periodically for roles and permissions, and they've implemented processes and procedures to address those things.
Okay, yeah, that's the first one I had. Procedures related to the oversight of system roles and permissions do not exist. And that had been a problem since 2018 to 2024.
Right, and the auditor's office worked with the sheriff's staff to come up with a mitigating control to address those issues.
Okay, what about the commissary vendor did not remit payments to the county in accordance with the contract, and that was from 2018 to 2024.
Right, they're remitting them more timely now. We review the same things, and if they're not in here, that means they've been completely resolved.
Okay, all right, and let's see. What about the inventory controls? Has that been cured?
Yes, that's been addressed as well.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, do we have a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
All right, motion to a second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Now it takes us to C1. I pulled that one. So on, I believe it's the ERP Advisory Services. Can you explain to us what that is exactly?
I'm going to have Andre come up and explain it to you.
If it pleases the court. So when I first came on board about 15 months ago or so, we were facing an opportunity potential for upgrading our SAP system from a system we were running in-house, a version that is about 20 years old or so, to a cloud-based system, or potentially look at other alternatives. Considering that estimates for total cost of ownership for the SAP system over the next 10 years could be as high as $75 to $80 million, I felt it was the right time to go out and look at alternatives, other ERP systems or separate systems that would fulfill the same functions but at a much lower cost. And I felt that the best way to do that was to go outside, get a consulting company to come in, do an evaluation of the entire landscape and of our entire installation and the costs that we are incurring so that they could provide us with a recommendation. I believe.
So let me stop you there. So you came in and you thought we could do better than SAP. Is that the gist of it at the beginning?
Well,
we could get a more efficient system.
Yes, but it was a good time to look at options and alternatives because we've had this system for 20 years. The next decision that we make is either upgrade the system and effectively commit for another 15, 20 years or look at options. I felt like we needed to look at options.
Which is cool. I guess my question is, why wouldn't we do an RFP to see what it would cost and who would bid as opposed to pay a consultant to come tell us what we need? Do we literally not have people in IT out of all however many hundreds there are that can look at this and tell us what to do?
I don't believe that we do, quite honestly, sir. I think that in order to get an impartial observation of what we really should be doing, we need to avail ourselves of external consulting for this. I thought of that and consider it, but the amount of data that needs to be collected from all of the users of the system and our own internal support system would warrant that this is a good use of money.
If it goes the way you think it will go, they're going to come back with recommendations. And those recommendations are going to be, I would switch providers.
If I had to bet a mortgage on it, sir, I would say probably.
And then we're going to do an RFP.
Then we will do an RFP for a particular system or set of systems.
Okay.
One of the important considerations to be had is whether or not we want to engage another ERP system that basically provides a whole slew of functionality that is fully integrated, but that also commits you to a much longer period of ownership and reduces some of your flexibility from a financial standpoint, or if we go with different solutions for different portions of the needs that are integrated by our team, that might have a slightly higher cost of ownership, but that gives us a lot more flexibility, so we're not facing another 20 years of the same system, the same vendor, and to a certain degree being subject to their whim of price increases, because at that point, changing to another system would be extremely painful.
Yeah, I don't think I have any issue with changing or going out to see what else is out there. I guess I'm just not quite sold on why we have to pay somebody $216,000 to tell us that we need to do something we feel like we already need to do. What exactly are they going to give us that we don't have or have access to? For example, I am assuming there are plenty of other cities, counties, and other government entities that have switched from there and are happy with their system, not happy with their system. I'm assuming, I would hope, we've reached out and talked to folks to say, what do you have? How does it work? Does it save money? Does it cost more? Is it better than what we have? Have we done that before this?
We looked at all of the different systems that are being run out there, and I still believe that at the end of that we would be better suited with an outside consulting coming in to provide us with an impartial opinion and an analysis of the change management and how that affects our costs in order to move forward. So I personally feel very comfortable with this.
I don't know if anybody else has questions. Fire away if you do. Where I am on this is, we know exactly what we want to do in terms
I don't
of,
think we do.
I'm not done yet.
Oh,
We know exactly what we want to do in terms of leave SAP. We know that's what's going to come. We know that's the recommendation we're going to get. I think you said it yourself. I just don't know why we're paying somebody $216,000 to get us there. When we can go out and talk to other government entities and see what they've done. We can also do our own research. I just don't know why I don't understand why we would pay $216,000 for what you said. I have no argument whatsoever with that we should switch.
Andre, if I may.
Yes, please.
Andre, the $216,000 or any consulting contract, does it reduce the cost on implementation ultimately? Is it the first step in your mind to a transition, and is it a necessary step? Because I tend to agree with the judge. If we already know we need to swap, there's no reason why we don't just throw an RFP out there and then field those products, and as they come in, your team through your network does an independent analysis on which one you believe would be the best for Tarrant County, and then Tarrant County, the Commissioner's Court, would make the decision on which one we selected. I guess I do also struggle to see the value that a consultant outside would add to that process, since we're going to issue RFPs in the first place. Ultimately, going to go out there and seek a contract for a new vendor to operate this system. What ultimate value does a consultant add to us, and does it ultimately contribute to a lower cost in the long run?
I believe so. I believe that they will identify all of the areas of change management that we will need to tackle and be aware of, that will shorten our implementation period. Also, I believe that they can help us to make the decision between going with an entire ERP that addresses everything, or going with separate solutions that can be integrated. And the cost of ownership on that can be quite substantial, quite a difference in the two different paths that we decide to choose. In the grand scheme of things, I would expect that our final decision will lead to a cost savings to the county, somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 to $40 million over the next 10 years. But that we need to be very, very judicious of how we go about doing that, because another part of these migrations from ERPs is the enormous amount of disruption that it brings to the county or to any organization, and those need to be very well studied ahead of the start of the implementation. I am very comfortable that this $260,000 will both shorten our implementation, reduce the amount of organizational disruption that will be part of that, and will make us feel very comfortable that a recommendation that is given to the Commissioner's Court is not influenced by any particular personal preferences that might be short-sighted and in the long term lead to longer and more costly integration costs.
I doubt there's anyone up here that is concerned if you come back with a recommendation that it's going to be based on personal preferences. I think people would trust your opinion. I'll throw this out to the court. I'm guessing there is no hurry to do this today. We have 3 weeks from today before our next meeting. Is there any reason, and I'm asking you, is there any reason we cannot have Andre come by each court member's office who's interested in meeting over this?
Absolutely.
To get more details, more information, and to lay out how exactly this is going to save money? I don't doubt that changing will save money.
Yep.
I just have concerns about whether or not hiring them is going to lead to the change of the decrease in costs.
Yeah.
Is there any reason we can't do that?
I don't think so. The only deadline we're facing potentially is the version of SAP we're on will eventually go away, which is why it makes this switch timely. It's something we're going to look at, but I don't, as long as you don't see any reason, I don't see any reason why, if court members want individual briefings on this with a more robust discussion or detailed answer questions, I think we can do that if that's what the court would like to do.
If there's no objection, or no majority objection, I guess you would say, then why don't we do that? Sure.
This is definitely not my lane, but when I was with the Sheriff's Office under Sheriff Anderson,
We had SAP given to us, my elected official and everybody, and it was a disaster because we didn't do a deep dive. SAPs for like federal agencies, not really Tarrant County, and we've been struggling with that since. And in the end, Judge O'Hare, we ended up paying Charles Gray and Company a lot of consulting money to help us implement it once we owned it. So we ended up paying a lot of money for consultants to help us consume what was going on. So at the end of the day, I just want you to know that's what we experienced at the sheriff's office.
And this was when?
2000, when did we put in SAP?
2003.
Yeah, it just, we ended up spending a lot of money, extra money. The same question came up here because all the department heads, my sheriff was like, we don't understand it. We don't know how we got here, so I personally support this.
So in your experience, you're saying that we ended up spending more consulting dollars on the back end than the front end because
I believe that's true. We did. It was a disaster.
Got it.
All right, thank you. All right, why don't we do that then? Why don't we schedule meetings for anyone who asks, reach out to Andre or Chandler, get it set up, and then we'll put it on the next agenda. Thank you.
So I would suggest we at least make a motion to pass the rest of the appropriation adjustments, maybe absent this one.
I
if that-
agree.
oh,
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
All right, so are there any other questions on C1? All right, so I will move to approve all the items listed in C1 other than this consulting contract regarding SAP or similar providers.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Now brings us to F1. That we have a speaker over. Where is F1? F1 is consideration of proposed plan to eliminate voting precincts with 0 registered voters. I will move to approve that.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion before we bring up a speaker?
If I may, Judge, just
Yeah.
to clarify for everybody.
Hang on just a second. Any discussion before we, okay, sorry.
Sorry, Judge. All we're doing here is Tarrant County, due to the various redistrictings that have been done in the past, when they're drawing state lines or federal lines, they don't always meet or touch like they should, and it creates these very small gaps in where everything is put. But the law requires that we have a precinct for every square inch of the county. So we have areas no bigger than a cell phone that are their very own precinct, but nobody lives there. Or a median on I-35, things like that that add up. So we don't have 850 precincts, but only 694 have voting precincts, and to make our map all contiguous and clean.
Got it. Sounds good. Okay, any questions for Clint? No. All right, Cheryl and Jackie Cox signed up to speak on this.
Thank you, Commissioners. Can you hear me? I believe that your map drawing plans do not properly give honor to or regard the provisions of Section 42.0051 of the Election Code, which prohibits combining voting precincts in counties where the population exceeds 1.2 million persons and where the county has adopted a plan for countywide voting. The only places where, well, I'll just read you the language. It says, in general or special elections for use of county election precincts, for which use of county election precincts is required, the County Commissioners Court may, on the recommendation of the County Election Board, combine county election precincts, but this statute does not apply, this exception, this permission to do redistricting or to combine election precincts does not apply if the county has a population of less, only applies to counties with a population of less than 1.2 million that does not participate in countywide polling place programs. So I think that you are barred from combining county precincts. I think that when you get down to redistricting, maybe you could withdraw them, but you can't do it in a way that might in any way violate the Voting Rights Act or result in a dilution of group covered by the Voting Rights Act. And that's why people need hearings, because trying to figure out what is a community of interest is not just a matter of race. It's a matter of who went to school together. Sometimes we want to protect the people with whom we have ties in the community. We want to vote with them. We want to elect our preferences within those lines. But I think that you must be careful. The power to construe the election code always, of course, rests with the courts. But the person with authority to give authoritative opinions on how the election code shall be construed is the Secretary of State. And in 2023, in Election Advisory Opinion number 2023-11, the Secretary of State opined that you can't combine precincts. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item F1.
I have a question for Clint.
Other discussion.
Can you give us complete assurance, Clint, that these actions are not in conjunction with redistricting plans?
This is called redistricting because it's every odd year that we have to do this by statute, the two items that are up here. But it's separate from the other redistricting that was discussed.
Okay.
And just so everybody's aware, we did run this by the Secretary of State before doing this, and they agree that this can be done, and actually are anxiously awaiting this proposal.
Thanks.
Okay, any other discussion from the court? All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Now brings us to F2, which is consideration of proposed changes to certain voting precinct boundaries. I'll move to approve that also.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second there. Discussion from the court. Do you want to touch on that?
Yes, Judge. This is simply, again, in the odd years, we take a look at all of our voting precincts, and we look at the populations, and the ones that are getting close to 5,000, because there's a 5,000 cap that we are allowed to have for voters in a precinct. And so we simply, those ones that are getting close to 5,000 or have broke 5,000, we split those precincts in order to get them back in line or keep them from going over the 5,000 limit. So it doesn't change the ballots, it doesn't change anything, we just add a line and now their precinct number changes, but as far as what they see on the ballot, everything that goes there, there is no effect.
So just one slight correction to what you just said. There is no change by doing this to anyone would vote for but precinct chairs, right?
They would get a new precinct chair, yes.
That would be the potential change, would be voting on a different precinct chair.
And we did run this by the party chairs and asked them specifically, does this affect the precinct chairs? And we got a positive response that they approved of these.
Yeah, okay. All right. Any questions for Clint? All right, so we have two speakers here, Roger DeFrang and Geraldine Jackie Cox. Is Mr. DeFrang here? All right, no Mr. DeFrang, Ms. Cox.
The maps for severing, I guess I would describe it as subdividing precincts, voting precincts, which is what was covered in this part of the agenda. It's interesting because essentially it just redraws lines in two places. One is in northeast Fort Worth, and it's kind of, I go out there because I sometimes do events at the Unitarian Universalist Church, which is on Shady Lane. And essentially they're cutting that precinct in half. I haven't talked to my friend who was forever the political honcho out there, but I don't think they'll like being severed. You know, I mean, people develop alliances, and it is, Voting Rights Act may or may not survive. That's a question that is really a burning one. But you do upset people when you cut apart political groups. So it's not a good thing to do if what you want to do is promote community sentiment and cohesion. The other one is, I think it's probably in Commissioner Ramirez's district, is Bonds Ranch Road becomes the new dividing line. Both cows will be mad at you, sir. I don't know that that one is going to be dividing community of interest in the way that the one in East Fort Worth does, but I don't know how it's going to affect the voting overall, because we don't have any census data yet, sir. I mean, the count of the cows just doesn't count. And it's been a long time since 2020, and we've really had a lot of different people moving in. The traffic has gotten horrible. But the issue really to be decided here is, should we wait until we have census data, which gives us an accurate count? Because all we have now is the data that came from 2020, and that's not all that relevant as we go forward. And so when you start jiggering with the maps, which is what will happen, or when you tear up countywide voting, you're going to create some heartburn. And I think you should be more considerate and give us a bunch of hearings and a bunch of map drawing sessions and a bunch of time to figure out where our alliances really lie and how we wish to be reconfigured. Have respect for your voters, please. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion from the court? We do have a motion and a second, don't we?
Yes.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Now brings us to item G1. This is consideration of letters of intent to purchase real property located in Azle, Texas.
Move for approval.
All right, I'll second it. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes. I was surprised to see this on the agenda, as we had not discussed the purchase of land. We hadn't had a presentation, a briefing, or anything on the purchase of this land. Can you not partner with a municipality or a business in Precinct 4 to find some shared space to alleviate your issues out there? Or maybe you can find efficiencies by co-locating equipment and material storage with a municipal or business partner. Or as the crow flies, we are moving, it sounds like, our Tarrant County facility like 4/10 of a mile away from the county line. Why are we taking job opportunities to the county border when we need to supply jobs right here in Tarrant County? Is this a good use of tax dollars? Can we lease space if officing is an issue?
Were any of those questions or those statements?
Those are questions. Those are questions.
Would you like me to answer?
No, not really, because these are all the BS questions that you guys ask of me verbatim when attempting to move forward with the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse. Each and every word. We already have the funds set aside for the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse. I had to restate these items so the people in this court could see how ridiculous this sounds, given the prior approval of our predecessors' consultant data to support the initiative of the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse and funds already budgeted. We really haven't heard much of anything about this land for your new garage. The Mansfield Sub-Courthouse was an initiative that predated my election to this office was started by my Republican predecessor and approved by a Republican majority court. And of course, the courthouse is not for Elisa Simmons. I'm simply doing the work approved by duly elected officials before me. And this divided court is holding the funds for the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse hostage and preventing people from receiving that which they pay for, that which they were promised. And this is nonsensical reasoning in my view. So absolutely, if you say you need, if facility says, if the county administration, if the people that were here before us have determined that a new precinct 4 maintenance garage is necessary, then it's necessary. But that same group of experts have said the same thing about the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse. And so I'll be putting the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse back on this agenda soon. Since my last attempt to move forward November 19th, the development of the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse in the proposed location now has regional economic development implications that impact this county and multiple cities across 3 of our precincts.
Do y'all get a lot of residents come out to your maintenance garages?
We do actually have quite a few that come by.
All right. We have a motion, a second. Any other discussion?
I'll just say thanks, Frank, for you and the team. I mean, I know that you guys have put in hours and hours and hours of work on diligence, making sure that we did something that's very, very beneficial for the precinct. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
All right. With no other discussion, we have a motion, a second. Please cast your vote. All right. Passes unanimously. Next, we have item G2, which is consideration of a property use request from Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Inc. to use the sub-courthouse at Mansfield for mayoral candidate forum. We have a speaker. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion before we call the speaker? All right. Joe Palmer. Mr. Palmer present. We don't have a spillover room, do we?
Everyone has moved out of this 504.
All right. No, Mr. Palmer. All right. We have a motion and a second with no discussion. Please cast your vote. All right. It passes unanimously. That was G2. Now brings us to I2. Consideration of a change to the table of organization sheriff's office. Is this you? Okay. Do we have a speaker on there?
We just have a speaker.
Okay. We have more than one speaker. Okay. Well, I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the court? Anything you want to add before I call the speakers? Okay. So we have Nan Terry and Reed Bills.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this morning. The older I am, the more I realize what I don't quite understand. This item, for example, last month the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office was late in reporting an in-custody death to the Texas Attorney General's office, citing a clerical error. The error was remedied the following day. But now, the Sheriff's Department is asking for a new jail commission liaison position that will replace 2 corporal positions. I remember the media reporting a jailer left the county's employment saying there was no room for advancement. Several media outlets reported on our new jail administrator, Sharon Herklotz, and I quote from an article with he being our new jail administrator. He understands all of the intricacies of the rules of the Texas Commission on Jail Standards. The article continues and states that Dallas County wanted the chance to keep him, but could not match the compensation package Tarrant County was offering. So we are paying someone Dallas County can't afford, who is an expert on the Texas Commission on Jail Standards. We are creating a new jail liaison position that will replace 2 corporal positions, limiting advancement positions for our detention officers, and creating a position that is clearly not a clerical position. So what problem are we trying to solve? We're not trying to solve the retention problem by taking away the 2 corporal positions. I don't think this position will solve a clerical problem. So I ask you, what problem is the county trying to solve? And I want to remind you, conservatism is more than lowering property taxes.
All right, Ms. Bills?
I didn't go into it as thoroughly as Nan did. I thought it sounded like a good idea because we have not been in compliance with the standards off and on for some time. However, I do question eliminating 2 employees of the Sheriff's Department. I don't know what a corporal position is, but the sheriff has been telling us all along that he's understaffed. So those 2 people, that maybe they need to leave their corporal position and fill the role of a jailer, but I don't think we should be eliminating 2 people from the Sheriff's Department and adding only 1. I'm surprised the sheriff is suddenly wanting to save money expended by his department, and I applaud him for trying to do that, but I still think you can't afford to lose 2 employees from the Sheriff's Department, no matter what they do.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on that item. Any discussion from the court members?
I do. I'd like to ask Chief Herklitz to come up, kind of explain this a little bit.
So, good morning. Judge O'Hara, honorable members of the court. I'm Executive Chief Shannon Herklitz, over the Detention Bureau. So this position, we did not eliminate any people from a position. It was 2 vacant positions. Before my time with the county, I believe the corporal positions are being phased out in lieu of more promotion opportunities to the rank of sergeant. So these positions are slowly being phased out. So these were 2 open PCNs that we had. So it's not forcing anybody out. My vision for this position is to someone that can assist me. Ms. Terry was very eloquent in what she put, and I appreciate the comments and her position, but I will say this, that I'm one person and I can't do all of it by myself. This is a large operation, so this will give me an opportunity to bring on someone, once we go through the interview process, that I know, trust, understands the rules, regulations, and will help us take our operations to the next level and not just be where we are, which we're very good. I have some outstanding chiefs, captains, lieutenants, sergeants, and jailers, and they do a wonderful job. But in my time here in 15 weeks, I've listened to the commissioners' courts. Everybody wants us to be better. This is an opportunity for us to be better. And so, will it solve all our problems? Absolutely not. But it's a step in the right direction.
Chief, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your ongoing efforts to get better in every aspect. I mean, whether it's exploring the body cameras, all the things that we're looking at doing, this is a good first step. When you realized you had a vulnerability in communications with jail standards and keeping them in the loop and you being kept in the loop, this is a good first step. So any of these ideas that you have for improvement, please continue to bring them forward to this court. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions, comments, or discussion from court members? All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Now, this brings us to purchasing, if I have my ducks in a row. So take a look over at items K1 through 11. I will make a motion. With any objection, I'll withdraw it, but I'll make a motion to approve K1 through 11.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion?
Just one thought, Judge.
I did it the way I wanted to do it. All right, K1 through 11, with no discussion. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. Okay, passes unanimously. Item K12, I will move to reject all bids for purchase of asphalt distributors in Precinct 1.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next, we have a host of permission to take bids and RFPs. Any discussion from the court members? I have one. Item 13A. Clint, are you still here? Selection's gone. Man, this is only it's fine. It's only permission. It's not approving anything yet, so I don't have to ask him now. I can ask him later. Okay. Do we have any questions on this item 13? Any motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to approve the entirety of item whatever purchasing is. Is it P? What is it called?
K13.
K13. All right. No discussion. Please cast your vote. Okay, passes unanimously. All right, now we will take about a 7-minute recess. We'll reconvene about 11:30. We are in recess till 11:30.
legal
All right, here we go.
and change.
All right, we're back from a recess that went longer than I said it would. And, hello. All right, we are 2 N1, but that's been pulled from the agenda. But there is one speaker on N1, and that is Chris Dobson. Mr. Dobson.
Since this item, Chris Dobson, I live in Arlington. Since this item has been pulled from the agenda, could I address another item?
Not here, you can't.
Okay. At a later time, maybe we could do is it K1? Sorry, the 10 Commandments.
If you've signed up to speak for it, you can speak on it. You can't speak on it if you didn't sign up for it.
Okay, so I guess let's stick to the premise of N, which is that we are trying to help our residents live the American dream. I've lived in different parts of Tarrant County. Saginaw, I lived off of 8th Avenue, down off of Hewlin. I spent a week up in Hurst, Euless, Bedford, and I think any of these areas could use help getting residents into homes. You know, this is part of the idyllic American dream, where you and your family can, you know, for as much as you want, ignore the rest of the world, regardless of how horrific sometimes the rest of the world gets. This should be replicated in all of our communities because there is a desperate need for affordable and attainable housing throughout Tarrant County. Even our attempts at preventing tax appraisal growth is failing to help people who are working at jobs that are $14 or $17 an hour get out of that rent race. Furthermore, we're seeing a lot of apartments raise rent without providing any meaningful growth in services or quality of appliances or really anything at all. It seems like they are using the excuse that the algorithm says that they should maximize their profit. Using a nonprofit organization to help reduce these costs is one of the acceptable uses of public-private partnerships. I'm not a huge fan of the things we've done for profit-based entities in public-private partnership, like the Cowboys or the Rangers. This county, the different hospital districts, school districts have all given them a break on their taxes. The Rangers and the Cowboys. But here we have a chance, well, I guess we don't have a chance today, but at some future meeting we'll have a chance to work with a nonprofit whose goal is not to gain wealth for themselves, but to help people live the American dream. And so I hope you each will look at doing something similar to this in your different precincts. Thank you.
Thank you. O2 has been pulled, but we have 3 speakers on O2. The first is Mindy Tackett. Following Ms. Tackett is Nydia Cardenas. Is Ms. Tackett here? How about Ms. Cardenas? Final one is Reed Bills. Okay. Yeah, you're signed up to speak for O2. Do you want to speak? Okay. Okay. Then the next one is consideration of acceptance of donated monument for placement on the lawn of the 1895 historic courthouse. Commissioner Kraus.
Yes, thank you, Judge. I'm excited. This is the first agenda item I brought to the court since taking over in January, but I'm excited about it. In 2022, the Supreme Court had a case called Kennedy versus Bremerton, which in that case, they threw out what was called the Lemon Test, which had been used for about 50 years to prohibit certain displays from properties. And when they threw out the Lemon Test, what they did is they put in a history and tradition test. And so I can't thank think of anything more historical or traditional in American history and Texas history than the Ten Commandments. And so I think it's a great reminder to the citizens of Tarrant County, were we to put this monument out on the county grounds, of the historical, traditional, and legal foundation of Western civilization, American jurisprudence, and Texas jurisprudence. So I think it's going to be beneficial and helpful for all citizens. I'm excited about the opportunity to do it. The American History and Heritage Foundation has put together a committee here in Tarrant County. They've met for many months. I think Tom Schlueter was the head of it, and I want to publicly thank him for his work. And they brought those recommendations to me, said, here is the monument we want to put up. It's privately funded. All of it's donated. Even the upkeep and maintenance for future years has been donated. And so all privately funded, all privately donated. And I think it'll be a great monument to put in Tarrant County to reaffirm our dedication to the rule of law, the history and tradition of America and Texas. And it's something I think we can all rally around. So I moved to approval for the acceptance of the donation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the court members?
Yes. So I am a strong believer in faith in God. It is my faith that allows me to come in here day after day to fight for the citizens of this county. Our forefathers believed in the separation of church and state, not because they didn't have faith. They just knew the different versions created by flawed men who claim to know God but do not extend his love. So what will happen next? And when the next and the next and the next person wants to do the same, who should determine who gets to place monuments or signage? Flawed men. These monuments are not symbols of God's love, rather graven images that Christian nationalists lord over others in conquest. The Ten Commandments provides a moral framework that emphasizes the importance of caring for the vulnerable and upholding justice. Why would we, this Commissioner's Court, put a monument to the very things we do not uphold on this court? When the Declaration of Independence was written, the forefathers were escaping from religious persecution in England. Therefore, there is no specific frame of religious institution in the wording. If there were Christianity would not have so many divisions in the practice. This country, this county, is comprised of a multitude of religious beliefs. It is our duty to represent all, not the pickings of a few. Displaying the Ten Commandments on taxpayer property, excluding specific residents, is disrespectful. It's discrimination. They should be very upset, and we should exclude them from paying taxes. So when leaders like us vote to cut county services and social services, we harm the poor and the needy, and we contradict the Father's ethical teachings. Christian leaders and organizations have consistently advocated for the protection of social programs that serve the most vulnerable, highlighting that such support aligns with core Christian values. This court has reduced assistance to those in need. Girls Inc., all of the federal funds we clawed back so that we could give that money to a law enforcement training center. The programmatic cuts over our juvenile department. I could go on and on. I'm going to be in a fight with you guys for affordable and attainable housing in Mansfield for first-time home buyers. So I'm not sure that this body, or the Ten Commandments best represents this body. I'm concerned about putting it out there for all the reasons I said before, but this body does not even adhere to the Ten Commandments in its governance of county business. Thank you.
All right, any other comments from the court members?
Yeah, I'll just say, Commissioner Simmons talked about separation of church and state, and our forefathers didn't want to use religion in this type of scenario. I'm sure you've been to Washington, D.C. I think many of us have. When you go to Washington, D.C., you cannot escape the Ten Commandments. Even in the House chamber, where President Trump just gave his State of the Union, I guess it was a joint address, you have a lot of lawmakers up around the up around that chamber, and each one of them has a relief. They're either looking to the right or looking to the left. There's only one person that has their full face actually showing to everybody in that chamber, and that's Moses, the lawgiver who the Ten Commandments were given to. You go into the Supreme Court, there is the Ten Commandments in so many different places in our Supreme Court that pay homage to the history and tradition of the Ten Commandments. So if our founding fathers really did not wanted us to have this strict wall of separation of church and state, they would not have included so many evidences and reminders of the Ten Commandments and our religious heritage in those things. So I would encourage anybody who thinks this is any kind of argument on separation of church and state. If you go back and look at the facts, you go back and look at the history, that's just not there. I think it's also good to remind all of our citizens in Tarrant County, don't kill, don't steal, honor your father and mother, don't covet. I think those are all things, regardless of your religion, or if you're not religious, or what you believe or don't believe, those are all good reminders for us. So I disagree with Commissioner Simmons that this is a discriminatory act. I think it's actually very community building and something we should all be able to rally behind. But again, I'm excited that we're going to be able to do this in Tarrant County. I think it's a reflection of the values we strive to and want to uphold here in our county.
All right, any other discussion before we bring up our speakers? Okay, we have two speakers, Reed Bills and Charles Bills.
Commissioner Simmons has already given my speech, but I'm going to give it anyway. I could cite many obvious reasons why accepting this donation is a bad idea. It discriminates against those who do not worship a God. It violates the First Amendment of the Constitution, which prohibits establishment of a religion. And the Christian monument does not represent American history, since our founders came to our shores to escape religious persecution, such as this display. But I think the most compelling argument for denying this motion is that the money spent to create, install, and maintain an exclusive religious idol to decorate the courthouse could be spent instead to relieve the suffering in our county, as Jesus has charged and would want us to do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bills.
Okay, Mr. Krause, or Commissioner. You mentioned the Supreme Court having mentions of the Ten Commandments. I'd have to investigate that. But one thing is, as far as tradition goes, there are plenty of things that you can put there. But the specific thing about Ten Commandments is they're commandments. So I would suspect a Hindu coming to that court, seeing 10 commandments there, no God above my one God, they will feel that they are being commanded to reject their Hinduism, or that it may affect their court case, that they're not complying. So that alone is enough to make it suspect. But most of the commandments are fine. Some of them are really, not really necessary to regular people. I mean, keeping the Sabbath day holy is nice, but it's not necessary, and some people have to do, like the Jewish, the really Orthodox ones don't do anything on Sunday, but they still, if somebody's having a baby or having a medical emergency, somebody's going to have to work. So this, I'm not sure, I'm just rambling now, but specifically, and also you mentioned the no fiscal impact. I have a feeling it's going to result in a lawsuit, and that is going to have a fiscal impact, because you probably want to take it, nobody's fought this. I know that there was somebody in Alabama or somewhere did have a Ten Commandments monument, and it did have to be removed after going all the way to the Supreme Court. So I have a feeling that's going to happen again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Yeah, just to allay any concerns, the monument, the renderings that have been given to us that we're voting to accept look almost identical to the monument that is on the Texas Capitol grounds right now. And as you may be aware, in 2005, that went all the way up to the Supreme Court in the case of Van Orden v. Perry, where the Supreme Court said that's perfectly constitutional. What Mr. Bills was talking about was Justice Roy Moore, also in the 2005 time frame, where he had to take the Ten Commandments down, but that was under the Lemon Test. Now we no longer have the Lemon Test. We have the History and Tradition Test as promulgated by the Supreme Court in 2022. And to allay any concerns on taxpayer money being used for lawsuits, the group that argued that represented Kennedy and got that historic win, First Liberty Institute, has offered to represent the county for free should there be any litigation. So privately funded, privately donated, privately maintenanced, and should there be any litigation, it will be free for the county. That assistance as well from the legal experts who have won these monumental cases at the Supreme Court. So hopefully that allays a few of the concerns, and I'm excited to vote on this.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Where are the drawings? Did you say they were renderings?
Yes.
Because they're not attached.
I can send them to you.
Okay.
And if you just Google Texas Capitol Monument, it's going to look almost virtually identical to that. That'll give you an idea. So that'll give you a good idea, but I'm happy to send that to you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. With no further discussion, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 3-1. Now it takes us to appointments to boards and commissions. Do we have any board or commission appointments? All right, seeing none, we now go to public comments. And we have one person signed up to speak to a closed session item, which I guess you would call that an agenda item. So I'll invite that one first. That's Christine Panagopoulos. Following Ms. Panagopoulos will be Mark Carroll.
Thank you, Judge O'Hare and Commissioners. My name is Christine Panagopoulos, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Trinity Habitat for Humanity. I noticed on the agenda that was published for today's meeting that the property on South 2nd Street in Mansfield is on the agenda to be discussed in closed session. This property has been on our radar since 2021 when a staff member from Commissioner Allen's office approached us with information regarding the land and an opportunity to purchase it. We had conversations with Commissioner Allen's staff through 2022 and then continued the conversations with Commissioner Simmons' staff in 23 and 24. At that time, Commissioner Simmons' staff, namely Nathan Smith and Jason Thomas, directed us to meet with and coordinate our efforts to design a plan that the City of Mansfield would approve. We met with Jason Alexander of the City of Mansfield and designed a row of brownstones that the city envisioned for that property, and he approved our concept drawings in May of 2024. Even though we were in contact with precinct staff through the entire process, we were not told that there was a plan to sell the property to another party. We submitted multiple offers to the court with a final offer in the amount of $310,000, which we believe to this day is still more than the other party had offered. I'm not sure what will be discussed in executive session, but if for some reason that original deal isn't happening, I wanted to let you all know that Trinity Habitat is still interested in purchasing the land, and we have a plan that the City of Mansfield has approved. We have a great partnership with the city because of our mission, because our mission is and always has been to provide homeownership opportunities for those in the community that can't find a decent and safe place to live. As you know, our homeowners go through multiple hours of homeownership education and counseling to set them up for success, as well as go through background checks to protect the community that we are moving into. Please consider our offer to purchase 501 and 506 South 2nd in the amount of $310,000 so that we can build a viable neighborhood where our families can thrive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mark Carroll. Charlotte Carroll. All right, next we have Edward Spears. Following Mr. Spears is Ryan Watkins.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you. It is still working. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for the time of the day. I had prepared statements that I have given to your team, but in my meditation this morning, I was slightly redirected, and I always follow the leading that I have. And so I will give you those for your own consideration, but in this time, I'd like to speak to you, as I did last time, as a fellow Christian. And as we, including all of us, are celebrating and remembering the sacrifice that Jesus Christ made to give everyone a chance and a choice. As Christians, the idea is that we're supposed to live examples that draw others to the conclusion of Christ, not conscript them to do what we want. So I'm asking you again to reconsider any actions that are sadly partisan and extremely unchristian. As you have prepared for commemorating the sacrifice of Christ, please reflect that in how you work on this court to represent all that Jesus died for. Please, I pray that you consider this as you go to your celebrations, as you go to your sacraments, as you go to remember the sacrifice that was made for all of us, that we sacrifice ourselves, not Christ, for our agendas. So please, I will continue to pray for each of you. I pray that Christ rises in you above any agenda or anything else that may be in confliction with what he teaches us. Lastly, in addition to what I had prepared, I don't have a problem with the Ten Commandments being brought in. However, as a Christian, I reflect on how Christ responded when he was asked what was the greatest commandment. He said, all of these rest on two. Love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy mind, and all thy strength.
Yes.
And love thy neighbor as thyself.
Yes.
That's a much shorter petition to put up, and I'm sure it'll be well welcomed. Thank you for your time. I pray for all of you.
Amen.
Mr. Watkins. Following Mr. Watkins, we have Rose Abraham.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons, for being the one with the most couth on this board and for honoring your oath.
Thank you.
Let's be clear before I begin. This is my time. You will not interrupt me. I don't care what your titles are. You will sit there, you will be quiet, and you will listen. That's how the First Amendment works. You don't control my speech. I do. Now, Judge Tim O'Hare, your behavior is a disgrace. You've made it a habit of silencing and removing citizens from these meetings just because you don't like what they say. That's not leadership, that is cowardice. It's unconstitutional. City of Madison makes it clear that when you open this floor to public comment, you create a limited public forum. You cannot silence speech based on content or viewpoint. Your conduct is viewpoint discrimination, plain and simple. Rosenberger versus UVA confirms it. And in Jones v. Heyman, a public official just like you was held personally liable for removing someone who criticized them. So let that sink in. Now, Sheriff Wayburn, I don't see you here today, but under your leadership, 80 people have died in your jail. 80. That's not a statistic, that's a crisis. That is a moral and legal failure. You've built a department that acts like it's above the laws. Your deputies don't even understand when they can enter a third-party home to serve a warrant. They don't have potty cams? That is basic Fourth Amendment law, and it keeps being violated. This is what happens when power goes unchecked and no one's held accountable. But that ends here. I'll say this plainly, I'm tired of watching you cause lawsuits and stick your hands in all of our pockets to pay for your misconduct. We're footing the bill for your failures, and that ends now. Ison v. Madison School Board, the court made it crystal clear officials cannot punish or remove people for speaking critically at public meetings. What you're doing isn't just wrong, it's illegal. I'm not here asking for change, I'm here demanding it. You will start listening to the people of Tarrant County, or we will make sure that your time and power that you want to hold on to, you don't want to grab more, but you want to hold on to your power, it comes to an end. We are organizing, we are watching. We are not afraid of you. We're not backing down, not now and not ever.
Thank you.
Is Miss Abraham here? All right, Anthony Johnson. Following Mr. Johnson, we have Chris Dobson.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I did have a statement to make, and I did have a lot to say. I had something written. But you, Mr. O'Hara, you changed all of it. Changed all of it. Because this was my professional statement to the commissioners, particularly you, Mr. Ramirez, because this is getting ridiculous. All of you. I'm only here because my son was killed on your property, your municipality, your county, your floors. And the jailers watched it. And I'm coming back here constantly. My wife, with her pleasant self, constantly acknowledges who we are. But I'm just a simple man. You talk about the laws, you talk about the 10 Commandments. Well, Mr. Crowder, let's go where the roots of the 10 Commandments come from. 42 laws of Ma'at. Ma'at. That's African. And I know you know that, Mr. O'Hara. Or what are you teaching these little kids at the, Bible school? Is that what your kids learning too, Mr. Ramirez? Because what I'm seeing here, and every time I'm coming here, I'm seeing exactly who killed my son. I've given you all plenty of chances. From the sleeper, who you took the place of, to the celebrator, and now the leader. Now I know who killed my son. Your culture, Mr. O'Hara, your culture. See, I notice how some are still alive now. But Eckert's gone. Yeah, Eckert's gone. And then you make sure Waybo's there. Why? Because Waybo just seen to it. I'm going to get to the bottom of all of this, and I will let the world know.
Remove him now.
Because we're not going for all of that.
No.
That's just total disrespect.
We're just not going to do
and
that.
you need to just start learning to have some respect. I'm going to come in. Ain't no problem. You know what? I have respect for the sheriffs. I have plenty of respect for the sheriff. You see me again.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Johnson.
see me again, Mr. O'Hara.
All right, Mr.
The next
Dobson.
time you see me, Mr. O'Hara, we're going to be sitting before each other.
Remove him from the building. Mr. Dobson.
Chris Dobson. I live in Arlington. It's interesting that we put up the 10 commandments. You know, do we covet our neighbor's property? Well, I mean, Israel's coveting their neighbor's property. They're occupying Gaza and the West Bank. You know, we have a thing in Texas where you can't be hired by the state if you criticize the state of Israel or participate in boycott, divestment, or sanctions. In the literature I've read, that is called philo-Semitism, distinct from anti-Semitism. Of course, the term Semitic refers back to Shem, the son of Noah. Lots of generations between there and the tribe of Judah. But you know, we in America don't even consider Palestinians people. We have them disappeared off of our street for their First Amendment right, which, remind me again, does that come from God?
So just checking good, right? Was it the lifestyle or was it the logo? It was the logo. All right, we're good now.
All right, we live? All right, we are back from that, I guess you would say, technological break. We are live now. We are back up, correct? Okay. All right, our first speaker is Janelle Johnson. Following Ms. Johnson, we have Harriet Nicholson.
It's not surprising that some of you are willing to spend more time and resources on redrawing districts that can potentially influence votes, and even hiring a law firm that a cost as residents that will ultimately bear, instead of updating the standard operating procedures at the Tarrant County Jail, which haven't been revised in over 15 years and have been proven to contribute to deaths. Mr. Krause, thank you for continuing to highlight the contradictions within county leadership. How can you advocate for implementing the 10 Commandments for others to follow when the very people you work with consistently fail to uphold the principles found in either the Bible or the Constitution? With your knowledge of history, Mr. Krause, why do you keep forgetting to mention that the fact that your thieving forefathers didn't see me or people or Miss Simmons who look like us as people? Why do you keep dismissing that? The way you guys have been dismissing our family for almost 365 days does show how this county is being ran. And all we're going to keep on doing, and all our willpower, is to continue on to make sure that the truth about this county, the racism, and the false gods that you guys are trying to make all of us to believe, to end it. Because it's causing deaths. So Mr. Krause, speak on that. Why haven't you guys fired the main person who is violating every ounce of rights for people of the residents? Explain. Exactly.
Thank you.
Is Ms. Nicholson present?
Absolutely.
Okay. Following Ms. Nicholson, we have Cassandra Johnson.
Good afternoon. Is the mic on?
It is.
Okay. To the judge and commissioners, my name is Harriet Nicholson, and I'm here to address the Tarrant County Clerk's ongoing non-compliance with Texas Attorney General's opinions KP-0233. This opinion confirms that county clerks have a ministerial duty to file documents that meet statutory requirements without legal discretion, delay, or review. When clerks act beyond their duties, it obstructs justice and jeopardizes public confidence in the recording system. I am a victim of identity theft and mortgage fraud, specifically house stealing as defined by the FBI, committed by Nation Star Mortgage, LLC. They have used Tarrant County real property records to steal my home, filing false instruments and exploiting gaps in record keeping. But what's worse is the Tarrant County Clerk's Office has enabled this fraud by recording false instruments, blocking my legitimate court-filed documents, and restricting access to records critical to protecting my vested property rights. On April 8, 2025, I attempted to file an exemplified copy of the amended final judgment from the 342nd District Court, signed on September 16, 2020, that restored my property rights after an illegal foreclosure sale. However, Maria, an employee at the Tarrant County Clerk's Office, refused to file it. A clear violation of the opinion number KP0233, which explicitly states, the clerk has no discretion to reject documents that are statutorily authorized and properly acknowledged. After meeting with Mr. Alford, the deputy clerk, and Mr. Matthews on April 9, 2025, and sending them an opinion from the Attorney General Paxton's office, to them, Mr. Matthews confirmed on April 10th that he would file the document, acknowledging that it should have been accepted without delay. This is not an isolated incident. On April 3rd, I filed document number D225-07646. And this is just to advise the court that there should be some oversight over the clerk's office to ensure that they meet the statutory requirements per the Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Ms. Johnson present? Cassandra Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Following Ms. Johnson, we have Julie Griffin.
That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound
This way.
Good afternoon to all. While patiently waiting for answers in an outside investigation report required by law for the death of my son, Traylon Wormley, who died inside of Tarrant County Jail in 2022 from apparently a fentanyl overdose. Leaders, I come to realize the soil on the ground of Tarrant County is contaminated. Can you imagine what it does inside of Tarrant County Jail, Sheriff Office, Medical Examiner, and the Tim Curry Criminal Justice Building, not to minimize our community? Leaders, sometimes it's not about the smartest. It's definitely not about who carries a higher title. It's about respect, love, and consistency. While attending Tarrant County Commissioner Court, it took me less than 6 months to observe that the Tarrant County Commissioner Court is unsuitable for families seeking answers, justice, accountability, and transparency for the deaths inside of Tarrant County Jail. Why? We need leaders to be able to hear our voices. We need leaders that can mentally remove their thoughts, put it to the side to hear what's being spoken. We need leaders that can set examples for our community, not just during the election time. We need leaders to be able to respect the person to your right and to your left. Leaders, it's time to break this ongoing cycle on the grounds of Tarrant County that has continuously destroyed and left families, many families, with no answers. It's time for change. It hurts me daily to know that Traylon Wormley wanted to be as he say in his words, back normal. when his time expired on that football field. His death is still unclear to me because I have no investigation report, outside investigation report, when they stated inside the sheriff's office back in 2022 that I would have one.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much, and keep me lifted for these surgeries.
What was the date of his death?
I'm sorry?
What was the date of his death?
His death was July the 20th, 2022, 7 days before his court date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Griffin. Following Ms. Griffin is Ryan Price.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you. Thou shalt not kill. This month, April 2025, marks the one-year anniversary of 2 deaths at the Tarrant County Jail. One was Roderick Johnson, a 42-year-old man in custody since the prior December, who died of fentanyl trazodone toxicity on April 18th, 2024. The other was Anthony Johnson Jr., age 31, who died from a homicide conducted by jail detention staff on April 21st, 2024. Both deaths were squarely the responsibility of jail management. I speak today to remember these 2 men and their families, and all of the some 70 who have lost their lives in the Tarrant County Jail since 2017, and to say this. Many deaths raise questions about the treatment of prisoners at the jail. Deaths of fentanyl toxicity and deaths of hypernatremia or dehydration, respectively labeled accidental or natural, are integrally connected to conditions in the jail. For example, how are long-term prisoners able to access fentanyl? Why were prisoners unable to access water? Why did a recent death occur from starvation? Robert Miller's death was deemed to be caused by sickle cell crisis when he did not have sickle cell disease, but instead had asthma and was pepper sprayed at close range while handcuffed shortly before he died at JPS. Other deaths cited as caused by heart disease are questionable in relation to other evidence in those deaths of toxicity, mental health conditions, and potential deprivation of prescribed medications. There is no garden variety accidental or natural death. And as we know, the community was deprived of true independent investigations of these deaths as required by law. These deaths were preventable and would not have happened with responsible correctional management that actually cares about the lives and safety of those in its custody. Perhaps, in the words that we heard earlier and in the intentions of Chief Herklotz, and I can only hope and pray that change is going to begin to come in the score. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons, for consistently and continuously pushing for accountability and change at the Tarrant County Jail. I ask your brethren, step up and do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Mr. Price, we have Carla Palomares.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Price, and I'm the senior pastor of Broadway Baptist Church here in Fort Worth. I come today because for many people of faith, it is Passover and Holy Week, a time for solemn reflection and remembrance. Jews remember the journey from bondage in Egypt to freedom in the Promised Land. It was on that journey that God gave them the 10 Commandments, a sign and symbol of the rule of law, which they were to abide by as a nation governed by laws and not pharaohs. Christians observe Holy Week, remembering Jesus' wrongful arrest, unjust trial, and brutal death at the hands of a careless and cruel power of state. This is a solemn and reflective time, and one worthy of considering our own commitments to the rule of law and care for the humanity of the incarcerated. Judge and commissioners, most of us will agree that too many deaths have taken place in the Tarrant County Jail in recent years. I plead with you also to agree that it is unconscionable that apparently none of these deaths was investigated by an external law enforcement agency as is required by state statute and the rule of law. It is Holy Week. Easter is Sunday. It is a time for unsealing the tomb, rolling back the stone, and letting light shine into dark places. It is a time also for remembering that voices do speak and stories are told even from beyond the grave. And no matter what is done to try to silence or to shut them up. This should burden the conscience of all people of faith, and especially those in positions of responsibility and power who claim to follow and even worship Jesus. For there are two ways to be complicit in his death, let us remember. One by shedding his blood, and the other by washing our hands. Thank you.
Following Ms. Palomares, we have Joe Palmer.
My name's Carla Palomares, a resident of Precinct 4. We're just 6 days away from Easter, a holiday you, Commissioner Kraus, just shared is the most important holiday, one that should be spent with our loved ones, right? One that should have us all filled with gratitude and joy for our gifts of life, right? Well, we're also just 7 days away from the anniversary of a life that was gifted to us, being stolen by the Tarrant County Jail staff, by JPS staff, by MHMR staff, by our sheriff, and by this court. This life, the life of Anthony Johnson Jr., that was gifted to us, his family, his friends, his neighbors, his community. Anthony should be here now, getting ready to celebrate the most important holiday coming up in just 6 days, with everyone who loved and cared for his life. So should the other 70-plus people whose lives were stolen by this county. But Anthony's not here. 70-plus people aren't here. What happened sadly goes beyond tragedy. It's intentional negligence. It'll be 1 year that our communities have been lied to and given false narratives about what's actually going on in our jail. It'll be 1 year that our communities and the family of Anthony Johnson Jr. have been denied justice, accountability, transparency. But justice is coming, accountability is coming, transparency is coming. Because my life was also a gift. And I will keep honoring that every day by showing up here, speaking to call out the hypocrisy and corruption that sits on this court, that sits in our sheriff's office, that sits in our DA's office, and everywhere else, as long as it takes for hearts to change, or in this case, every one of you is voted out and held responsible for your actions. Release the full video of the murder of Anthony Johnson Jr. now, and fire Bill Wayborn.
All right, I don't see Mr. Palmer present. So we now move to announcements or comments. Any announcements or comments from the court members, sir?
I reviewed the video and I only had 40 seconds of speaking time that was broadcast. I would like to reclaim my time.
Yeah, that's not happening. Thank you. So it's now announcements and comments. Any announcements or comments from any of the court members? Okay. The court will now recess the, excuse me, that's off. How did that get off? The court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. Executive session will begin at 12:50 p.m. Thank you. We are in recess. right, we are back from executive session. It's about 2:33. There's one item that action can be taken, and that is item D2. Do we have a motion on D2?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item D2 from Community Development, pulled from the consent agenda. Any discussion from the court? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously 4-0. Get well soon, Commissioner Miles. And with that, we are adjourned.
Go celebrate with the